Hey there, strangers. It's time for another 2 p.m. PST Twitch stream. I'm your host, Strange Bro Jim, and today we're going to be getting back into my game design using Unity 3D, coding in C Sharp, building my game GGG. So we got a bit of work to still left to do on this. So um, it's gonna take a little bit of time to uh, put this all together. I mean, I only do this um, 1 day a week just to kind of keep my skills somewhat fresh. Um, Last week was a little interesting in that I couldn't get some of the um my concepts from my previous experience with Java obviously didn't translate very well to C Sharp. I mean, it happens, okay? When you're switching from one language to another, not everything translates perfectly. Okay, and each one has their own style to it, or um, one can be functional, one can be um, using the object oriented, so on and so forth. Um, so my ideas of trying to use um, my ideas are trying to use the enums. I mean, I probably could have used enums, but um, I wanted to be able to. Um, well, actually, no. Seeing that I was going to be using the specific naming conventions of the file, yeah, probably not something that I could get away from with just numbers. So I attempted to do it with a struct, with specific strings that that were meant to be global-ish, but at the same time, I wanted to kind of keep them fairly contained, encapsulated. Um, so it didn't need to be, um, you had to actually use the struct object in order to actually have access to the contents therein. Um, Now, one could get away with doing this with a subclass, but I didn't really want to build a full-on class for it. Um, I didn't want to create a constructor, deconstructor, so on and so forth, just for what I thought was just going to be a simple struct. But that didn't really plan out. That didn't really work out the way I wanted it to. So um, I decided to just take a step back and focus mainly on um, just getting those strings out there so that I can reuse it over and over and over again. So now that that's pretty much done, we are going to be working on getting our files lined up, getting them uh, getting them built, and then loading them up into their respective prefabs. So that means we're going to be going into the animator to make sure that all those particular values are set within the animator. Um, we need to make sure that each one of them runs the way I want them to run, meaning that um, I need them to be animated in a certain fashion, um, at a certain speed, and be able to um, I'm going to need to be able to get them to the point where while one might work at one particular speed, another will not be. And that's the problem that I'm going to be kind of facing a little bit today. Um, Once I get to a certain point in where I can uh, have a clear judgment as to um, how many frames per second I can do the 4 frames that I have, then I'll be able to have a better understanding with all the rest of them. So I'll be able to adjust accordingly. So, but it's just going to be a matter of trying to get everything kind of set up a little early here. So, okay. So that being said, let's go ahead and get this live. Um, Now let's see. Um, so we're going to be working on that majority of the day. So it means that we're going to be needing to um, be able to call each of the files um, individually. We're going to need to be calling the functions that will be, um, calling these particular animations, and we're going to need to see whether or not um, their speed is set in the the best amount, or at least um, the issue that I was having prior was the fact that the animation for the harvesting or the gathering or the building, whatever you might call it, um, that was taking um, it was super fast. So um, so we're gonna need to slow that down some. Unfortunately, the um, the image preview, the image panel, preview panel for the animations aren't working out very well right at the moment. So I'm having to actually play the game to see the, the animations work as intended. So that's the thing. Boy, a lot of people are. I'm getting a lot of traction on my tweet. That's very rare. I've never had 4 retweets and 3 likes on my coding streams before, but hey, I appreciate the attention there, folks. I appreciate it. So, okay. So let's go ahead and get right into this here. Now, um, let me go ahead and play what I currently have right at the moment. And we will see where we kind of left off. No compile errors or anything along those lines, so. Okay, so there's our two animations, but I was kind of hoping for, uh, I did not have one of the animations set up properly, so, um, oh, I accidentally double clicked on the play button. Alright, let's go ahead and get the code going here. Okay. Yeah, I don't need release notes. Go away. Okay, don't really need that either. I'll close that down. All right. So let's see. We're going to need to open up the human script, the agent script, and we're going to need to open up the warrior script. All right. So we have move left, move right, and then we have the toggle idle, walk, harvest, scared, attack, and carry. Then in the human, we're going to have functions for general, forest, mithril stone, sunstone, and water, which are right down here. So um, we're setting the agent T to their um, respective words, and then we're calling, just the idle first before we do anything else on that. Then we're going to be able to um, then later on we're going to need to um, change the um, change their idle walk and so on and so forth. So let's see. I think we have the warrior set up with that as well. Oh, nope, I do not. Okay. So we're going to want to copy these and add these in here. Grab these so I know. Let's see. There we go. We're going to be needing to access these at some point, so best to have them kind of set up now instead of later. Nope. Here we go. All right. Don't need those anymore. Okay, let's see. Okay, don't need that anymore. And then, let's see, we're going to go ahead and take these. We don't need them to, oh wait. Did I? Yeah, I did. Okay. I missed the fact that I didn't have the base there. That could have been a problem. Okay. Replace that. And then we use this. There we go. Hmm. Okay. I Now that we have a hunter class here, we don't really need this boolean anymore. So we're just gonna go ahead and remove all of that. Don't need it. Oh, wait. Fuck. That one. Silly me. Okay, don't need that. Don't really need this anymore. Gonna clean up here a little bit. Okay, can get rid of that. Okay. So there's that. Here, you know what? We're going to go ahead. We might not need it, but we'll go ahead and create a um, another version here for if we ever do start um, a warrior that basically has everything. So if I need to actually add that balance um, into the game. So go. Let's see. Let's see. Ultimate. Okay. Let's see. There's no way to. There's nothing in the. Um, Kind of wish that the toggle block comment was within the you know within this menu, but oh well, no big. Okay. So now that we have that all done, got this all done, and that all done. Now we're gonna come on over here and we're going to do. Okay. So our target harvest didn't really work as intended. So because the file names aren't set accordingly right on that one. So okay, we're gonna need to slow down all the animations So we're gonna need to look at each one of our. We're gonna need to do the harvest first, just so we can get that hammer strike or the harvesting motion set to a comfortable speed. So let's go ahead and work on that a little bit. So a little bit of lag right at the moment. Okay. Right. It was making sure that um, everything's good on the console. Compiled fine and whatnot. So okay. Um, so our animator um, isn't what we need right at the moment. So um, we're gonna need to change this to match with the words. So we're gonna scroll on up here. Keep an eye on these a little bit. Okay, now let's see. Oh, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it there, Scarecrow. How you doing there today? How's it going there, Scarecrow? Okay, let's see. Now let's go ahead and check out our code here. Our word is harvest here instead of collect, so we gotta make sure that we gotta um, get our naming conventions correct. So let's take care of that. There we go. Okay. Um, Obviously the motions inside are gonna need to change, so but we'll go ahead and kind of continue working on getting those animations ironed out here a little bit. So let's see. Now we're focused on the general right at the moment, but we don't really want that right at this moment in time. We're going to need to um, kind of change things up here a little bit. We're going to need to do the general harvest first to get a relative idea as to where we want the number of frames per second to be at, because the where we're at here isn't as slow as I kind of need them to be. I need it to be a little bit slower, just to kind of match up a little bit. So the idle animation is going to be kind of slow per se, but um, the if I can, I want to make sure that they kind of match up with the rest of the different animations that are out there. So don't get dehydrated. No problem there, bud. Yeah, I normally get drinks from time to time, but got myself a nice large water bottle to kind of handle that. So, but thanks for looking out for me. I appreciate it. There we go. All right. So we gotta instead of using the uh, general idle, we're gonna have to kind of remove them, and we're gonna put in the animation for collect. What's the name of your game? The long version of it is Ghouls, Ghosts, and Goblins. The uh, but I normally refer to it as GGG. So, uh, okay. You gotta do a little bit of stretching out from time to time. All right. Let's go ahead and work on this your personal project or work stuff. Definitely not work stuff. Uh, I'm currently unemployed, although um, I did accept a job offer, so I'll be working come February. So that's ways away, um, but it's not a game studio or anything along those lines. My efforts to get into the game industry have been met with rejection letters, so um, and I eventually kind of gave up on it. Started putting uh, my resume out there to other companies for for a while. Um, Unfortunately, um, entry level is really difficult to get into nowadays. There's a lot of people that are looking for jobs in entry level. Um, I remember I applied for one job uh, in Los Angeles, and they got back to me and said, or the website that I was using got back to me and said, "Here's what's currently happening," and I was like, oh, "Okay, they're still kind of working on the interview process," and I looked and saw that they had 500 applicants. Yeah, hard to kind of stand out when you have 500 other people that are kind of working against you. So, but um, but I mean, I this is my own little personal side project, so I can keep up with my coding skills. So, um, I tried my hands on game dev too. I gave up on it. Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate because I mean, it's such a versatile industry. It's one that really pushes the boundaries, but at the same time, um, nowadays there are just so many games out there, so many games that are just kind of flooding the market, um, that it's hard for you uh, to kind of make a breakout kind of game. I mean, if you're not being backed by an actual you know game studio, or you're not working for a company that is you know designing the AAA games, um, then it's really difficult um, to make those kind of breakout kind of games. I mean, take for example Among Us, which is like uh, huge nowadays, right? Um, that game was, completed 2 years ago. So, um, you know, and they had ideas of doing a Among Us 2, but they were kind of working on other side projects, and then it blew up. It was getting a lot of attention internationally, and then once it started kind of blowing up here in the States, that's when, their sales pretty much skyrocketed on the game. Um, but I mean, just look at it that way. That's four people designing that game. You know, four people designing Among Us, and um, and they were lucky in that fact that they got the attention that they were kind of looking for on that. You know, um, not every you know development indie studio will have that opportunity. So it can be kind of discouraging for a lot of people. But I mean, if you're always kind of interested in the um, if you're always kind of interested in that industry, I mean that's what indie development is all about. So um, yeah, same job security in this industry made me rethink whether I want to pursue it as a career or not. Yeah, I mean that is one of the flaws of the industry. Um, I was lucky that I did get a job at one point in time working on, I don't know if you would call it like a AAA game, but um, I worked for about 3 months with a game dev studio called High Impact Games, um, and they had a contract with Disney, um, making a Princess game at the time. So, but I came on at the tail end of their work. They needed some extra people there to try to pick up the slack so that their main senior programmers could continue working on, fixing bugs, implementing additional um, resources in the game and making sure that everything was kind of working properly. I was there to kind of make sure that like small little details were being handled in the background. So um, I do remember at one point in time that I actually tried to fix their fireworks in the game, but at that time they were pretty much down to the wire, so they couldn't put my fix in because then they would have had to have done a full on um, they would have had to have done a full um, QA team work on all the levels to make sure that what I put in, which was just like an if statement with a boolean, um, to make sure that it was kind of working the way it needed to work. But oh well. Um, okay, so for some reason, the preview area is not showing the frames at all. Um, so um, but we know that the collect here isn't working as intended either. So let's see. See, we have it set for the collect, but it's not really working out as what I want it to. So let's go ahead and rename this real quick. So general harvest. General idle. General scared. And general walk. Alright, man. No problem. Thanks for stopping on by. I appreciate the follow. Um, so take care. Hopefully I'll see you next time. I do these coding streams every Sunday, so feel free to stop on by next time. Okay. So let's go ahead and check out these. Yeah, they got renamed properly here. Um, let's see. Now we look at our code. Let's see. Toggle harvest is it's good. So that should work for us now. We should be seeing the harvest animation now. Not seeing it. Hmm. Interesting. So toggle harvest isn't working as I want it to right at the moment. Hmm. Okay, let's see. Let's see what the debug log has in terms of um, what's being played here. So, um, okay, okay, okay. We'll go ahead and stop this, and then we'll go ahead and play it again. And we'll see. Does it actually show the um, it does not. Interesting. Okay, so just to show what you guys, um, just to there's nothing else. There's no the values contained inside of um, these particular values are not saving properly. So so this is interesting. So debug. Actually, let's just kind of do it this way. Okay. Let's make sure that we have these. Now, obviously, um, um, it wasn't showing any values for these anyway, so these are going to be kind of blank as well. Um, so what we're going to need to do is probably going to need to go into our debug. Let's see. Oh, it's been a while since I worked on with the debugger here. Ha ha ha. You can stop that. Okay. Okay. And there we have that running. Yeah, we want to allow access. Thank you. Alright. Let's try this again. Okay, we can go ahead and remove that for now. Don't need these anymore. Okay, now. Hmm. Interesting. Hey there, Jedi. How you doing there, bud? Hmm. Interesting. I'm doing pretty well. Um, I'm looking at a potential problem with my code here at the moment. The Wait, what? Why is harvest null? It's odd. Hmm. Okay, so Um, just in case anyone's wondering right at the moment. So, um, within the scope of the function here within toggle harvest, I'm using the value of harvest, which is declared up here within the same class. Um, and it's being initialized to a string value. But or at least that's the way it should be. But down here, harvest is null. Hmm. That that doesn't really make any sense here at the moment. Well, it doesn't make any sense to me right at this moment in time because it's defined. It's been set, up above, but apparently I'm not able to access it. Hmm. Curious, curious, curious. All right. So now that we know what the issue is, now it's a matter of trying to figure out why that's a thing, why that's a problem. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Time to do some research here. Let's see. C sharp. Read only is null. Let's see. Um, hmm. Let's see. WCF does not run the constructor. Any objects created by. Hmm. Interesting. Okay, I'm not quite sure what WCF is all about. Let me look that up here real quick. Um, Windows Communication Foundation. Hmm. Interesting. Okay. Hmm. Welcome to multi-threading hell. Yeah, pretty much. Um. Maybe I've seen this. Hmm. Okay, so I know that Unity does um, a bit with serialization, or at least, that's a possibility. And it does bypass constructors. Um, Still don't understand why they built a system that bypasses constructors, but I mean they do. Um, I mean, one of the dangers when it comes to C and C++ is memory management. Making sure that um, if you add in a memory source, you need to make sure that you remove said memory source. Otherwise, you're going to have a memory leak in there, inside your code. One way of to try to make sure to kind of handle all that is make sure that your deconstructor is there to remove, all the memory that you added previously. Um, just to make sure that everything's kind of cleaned up and you don't necessarily need to worry about it. So it's kind of meant for a um, if there's nothing in your code that removes it, through a function, you can use the deconstructor to kind of take care of any last little last details that you can with it. But um, hmm, it's just kind of blowing my mind a little bit that these classes here aren't even initializing um, it's not even looking at these fields at all, as though um, they're um, it's been a while though, folks. So if during like the compile and running of it, you're linking all the files together. You're doing the preprocessor to make sure that all your code is working properly. So you don't have any compile errors, right? Um, and that's where all these particular fields are kind of read in. But because but Unity doesn't seem to be doing that all that much. Now, it could be it could be a thing with Unity or it could be a thing with C Sharp. I don't really know. It's just kind of blowing my mind that I'm having to jump through hoops just to just to get these initialized. It's just throwing me for a loop here right at the moment. So um, I don't think that's a major issue right there. Hmm. Let's see. Hmm. Okay, so um, hmm. Hmm. I don't know how to get around this there, folks. It feels like I'm fighting against the main program here just to try to get these um, initialized, but let's see. Let me try it a different way here. So setting read only after organization C sharp. Let's see. Hmm. Let's see. Um, okay, well that doesn't really help me. I'm gonna make the assumption that there's really no way for me to like set the property as read only afterwards. Just just throwing that out there. I've never heard of the possibility of changing uh, these here within the within runtime. So um, change to read only in runtime. Um, um, okay. So that appears as though that's not possible either. Okay. I kind of figured, but oh, Oh, Unity, why are you doing this to me? Let's see. Read only is null. Let's see. Um, Unpopulate the read-only fields is through reflection at application runtime. It would be far more desirable to be able to do this in the editor up front. Um, hmm, okay. It does not allow you to set read-only fields because Unity doesn't allow you to construct Unity engine objects. Since read-only fields must be set in the constructor, we can see the problem and conclude that this problem is by design. Um, Found that Unity does not serialize read-only fields into the scenes, so you can't depend on Unity to serialize read-only fields. They become automatically populated when Unity constructs the component, sadly. Hmm. Oh, Unity, what are you doing? Okay, so this is becoming a little bit of a problem here because I'm just trying to get something that is, a constant. Okay, something that will never really change, something that I can just have on in my code. I don't need to be see it within the editor. It's just going to be used within the code itself. But so far, it seems as though I'm fighting Unity just to even do that. And it's really kind of frustrating. Um, hmm. Let me try it this way here. Go ahead and change all these from read-only to const. Don't really need that. Stop the debugger, please. Okay. Now we'll go ahead and start it back up again. And now we will go ahead and run our game here, and we'll see whether or not we have some additional nulls. Don't need that. There we go. I don't know why read-only was having a problem and not const, but seems as though we now have the animations working again. Okay. So now that we have that all kind of working the way we need it to work, let's go ahead and look at our animations here again. Or let's see. Um, let's see. Let's see. see, general, harvest, loop time. Let's see. No, I don't remember the exact uh, um, steps again. It's been a while. Let's see. Um, okay, wait a second. Let me move this over here so that I can kind of see it. We're going to go ahead and select this, remove that again. No, I just want to delete it. Thank you. Music turned off. There we go. All right. So pixels per unit is 250. Change viewport options preview viewport. Zero viewpoint, correct. Okay. So we're good on those. So we select all those. Select the spread, not the import settings. Okay. Okay. To make an animation. Okay. Let's see. We use general, harvest. Make sure that it's loop time. Check loop pose. Let's see. Show sample rate set to 8. Okay. Let's see. That's there's all that. Now we can send that up here to the Okay. Hold on, guys. I'm getting a lot of bass from downstairs. Okay. So, um, let's see. Okay, now down here, grab that. Okay. Channel harvest is there. I've already added it to this, so I mean, I can do it again, but you know, go ahead and rename that. So now we play again. Okay, don't need that anymore. Okay. Right. So animation is really fast. Okay, so we're gonna need to slow it down some. So instead of the set to 8, we're gonna need to kind of slow it down some. Um, so let's see. Can I actually change it here? Okay, we got this working now, so we can go ahead and remove that breakpoint. Hmm. Okay, so we did change the speed of that. So if I change that into 4, and we rerun it again. Nope, don't need them on top of each other. I need to have them kind of separated out. Hmm. Okay, so it is slowing down some, and that's not bad. So let's go ahead and change this to 4 as well. And we should have the same kind of So this slowed down a lot, but this kind of remained the same. Okay, let's try this again. All right. I mean, that's okay. That works. But do I want it to be 4 frames per second? Or do I want it to be at 6? Hmm. No worries there, Jedi. I'll see you in a little bit. Okay. Okay, let's change this to 6 per and see how that looks. Let's go back to 6 and we'll see. This looks a little bit better. I mean, the swinging of the hammer is still fairly fast, but that's okay. That's okay. I kind of appreciate the speed of the idle. So, um, okay. So now what we're gonna do, um, seeing that we have this all taken care of, we don't need these debugs anymore. We can kind of remove those. Let me go ahead and stop that. Um, Now we're gonna go to our game manager here, and let's see. We have toggle idle is already kind of done. We have toggle walk to do, toggle harvest, um, toggle scared. So let me go ahead and add that in. Yeah. Okay. And HVAL isn't a lawyer, so there's nothing I can kind of do about that for the time being. Um, let's see, toggle carry. Okay, so we already have toggle harvest done. Um, let's. So we're gonna be swapping out all these um, accordingly. So um, we're gonna need to make sure that we also, um, right now we're using general in the default init. But we're going to need to um, change it out for the other animations as well. So, um, now I don't know whether or not I don't think I got either one of these. And obviously both of these are working, but I don't think I got either one of these two working the way they need to be. So, hmm. Then again, maybe. Hmm. Let's add it there. Let's see. I think we're good on all these. So seeing that I have Tegel Scared going here, I'm gonna just stop the debugger. Don't really need it right at this moment in time. They haven't stopped the base. Oh well. Okay. Yeah. See, I haven't gotten that working, or I haven't gotten that animation working correctly. So I'm assuming the walk is also um, not set correctly either. So yeah, see, that's not working either. So okay, so both of these are not what I need. Okay, so general, we have the harvest. Here, you know what? Let me go ahead and rename this. Seeing that I have it specific to a word, so okay. Okay, so we got harvest and idle, so both of those are taken care of. So now we're going to go ahead and do walk. Let's go ahead and change these values around here. All right, so and then preserve viewpoint, apply 50, viewpoint, apply. Apply. Then viewpoint, apply. There we go. Okay, now we select all four of the sprites. Create an animation. General walk. And loop time, loop pose. Change that to 6. And that should be good. So Go ahead and add that into animation there. I believe our animator already has general walk, which it does. So we don't need to worry about having both of those kind of, you know, set. So, okay, now we can go to scared here. Let's go ahead and add those in. Or at least, change around the values here. Okay. That. There we go. Okay. So now that we have all of those, we can create the animation. General, scared. Loop time, loop pose. Change it to 6 frames per second. Let me increase the size of this so that I can just kind of, there we go. Okay, so we got all that taken care of. Right, there's no carry animation for general, so we don't need to worry about that. So now that we have all of those, now we should be able to see um, should be able to kind of see them separately. There's no animation on that. Okay. So let's see. We'll go to animator. We'll go ahead. Oh, right. Okay. So general walk. General scared. There we go. Let's try that again. Can't really see it very well behind the other guy, so let's go ahead and retry it again. Okay. I mean, that works. Fast walk, but okay. There we go. Now we have the scared animation. Let's see if it works. Got it kind of behind the other. So let's try this again. Okay. There we go. That's perfectly fine. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to look at the other animations now. So general's done. Right. Okay. Let's go ahead and take care of all these. There we go. Okay. Here we go. Select these four. Animation. Let's see. Carry idle. Time loop pose. 6. Okay. Add that to the carry. Go ahead and set all these. Okay. Go. There we go. Now select all these. Create animation. Carry walk. Okay, and then we add that into carry there. Okay, we don't really need any of these. Get rid of all those. Okay, so now we can add these two into human. So now we have carry idle. So now just kind of get this to kind of work with um, like a grid kind of thing. So you know that there isn't anything for harvest or scared for carry, for example. So, okay, now that we have that, we're going to go to our default init. Okay, let's see. Let's see now. Okay, we're gonna need another constant here. Carry. Let's see. Let's see. Toggle general. Toggle carry. Toggle forest. Toggle natural. Toggle water. Oh, water. Toggle sun zone. Okay, that should be all of them, right? It's 6. Yeah. So we've taken care of general. Don't need to worry about that anymore. So now we're going to kind of worry about carry. So now we need to, oh right, if I do the toggle general there, it automatically does the toggle idle, so I don't necessarily need to worry about that. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and create another function there. Toggle carry. Carry. And there we go. Okay, so we have idle already kind of set, so we're just gonna do the walk. Facing to the right. So it should do both of the animations and we shouldn't have any problems with it. Crossing fingers. So with that being said, everything should work out code compile wise. Looks good. So now we can just kind of play. And now we should be seeing both of them. Okay, our animation is not walking right at the moment, but our idle is, so that's good. But um, hmm. Oh, I forgot to do the changing of the values here. There we go. Now it should work. There we go. Uh, okay, I need a little bit of water. Gonna take a drink. There we go. Okay, so both idles are working properly. We don't need to worry about um, setting anything more on that. So we'll go ahead and move on. So, okay. Matter of fact, let me go ahead and make sure that I got a list going here. So first we have, let's see, let me go ahead and kind of make a different file here. So general, we have, let's see, idle, lock, harvest, scared. We have carry, we got the idle and the walk. Let's see, we need forest, and that's also idle, walk, harvest, and scared. don't think there's anything else in there if I remember correctly. Yeah, it's just those. Um, Now you may be wondering again, um, if you don't really remember because it's been a while for me as well. Um, I'm leaving these particular folders for carry in there for now, um, because I may need to create, um, you know, uh, if it if I get some like feedback from other players like during beta or whatnot, saying that they're not quite sure um, what what resources um, the construction workers are carrying back, then I may need to add some additional graphics, different additional assets, and some animations for each one of those types. So like have some kind of indicator icon or whatnot on the bag to actually show that the person is carrying back, say, wood or mithril or sunstone, what have you. So, um, so yeah, we're keeping them in there for now. I mean, if I get to a point where I'm going to need to kind of I'm going to release this, then I'll go ahead and remove them. It doesn't really matter all that much because um, there's nothing in them anyway, so it would be just kind of folders that if someone was to do any kind of breaking of the code or whatnot, looking at my file structure or whatnot through the game, they'll just see empty folders there. Um, so I mean, it's you know, it's a little bit extra data in the overall file, in that it's a folder, which I mean, obviously won't be much, but still, um, I may want to kind of go back and remove those folders afterwards. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. But um, okay, so forest, mithril, sunstone, and water. So we're just gonna kind of go through each one of these. There we go. So nope, actually I don't need to save it. So I'm just kind of making myself like a little checklist here to try to make sure that everything's handled properly. Um, I still need to add in all the other um, warriors and whatnot as well. So let me go ahead and do that. And then let's see. Hmm, see. Ghost. Trap ghost. Ghoul. Trap ghoul. And goblin. Trap goblin. Okay, so let's see. Attack, idle, scared, and walk. So So instead of harvest, it's attack. Okay, now let's see. Hmm. Okay. I'm really hoping that my mic isn't picking up the downstairs music at all because if I can hear it through these headsets, then my mic is probably picking it up. So hopefully I don't get it hit with the copyright strike. I've already sent them a message saying, "Hey, turn it down some," but we'll see. They haven't done it so far, so and I still got 2 more hours left. Yay! Okay. Okay. So. Okay. Now, instead of for the ghost, we have idle, walk, and attack, but instead of scared, we have carry, which also has idle and walk. Let's see. Go ahead and add those into those, and now let's see. Trap Ghost just has idle and walk, so we'll just add those in for those. Okay, so just so you're aware, this is what I'm kind of looking at on my list of animations that I have to do. So there's all these. Now, um, I haven't gotten to a point of adding in the enemy units yet. Um, so there's still going to be a little bit of code work that I need to do on that, but at the very least, I can probably get the um, uh, I can get the animations set for them. So, I can just kind of create the prefabs of them and work with those kind of animations. So, at least that's the plan. All right, so now that we have all of that taken care of, we can go ahead and minimize these. Don't need those. We'll worry about the warrior a little bit later. We're all done with the general, so we're all done there. General and carrier are done, so now we're going to move on to forest here. So first off, we go to the collect, or actually, let's go to idle first and get these set up. Okay, there we go, and there we go. Let's see. Let's see if I do this. Nice. Okay. Rename. Yeah, and it doesn't change anything, which is good. It shouldn't be changing um, values anyway. So Okay, now. Okay, so now we create the animation, and this is forest idle. Okay, so we add that. Okay, now we do walk. Okay, there we go. Apply those. Okay, take care of those. Oh, I don't need to. I'm just changing these values here. Okay. There we go. Alright, so now we have all these taken care of. There we go. So now we can grab these, create an animation, forest walk. Oh, we need to get these set. Yep, which reminds me, I need to change all these. We don't need these anymore, get rid of those. Yeah, forgot to change these. There we go. Okay, idle walk. We're gonna rename this to harvest. And we modify these. There we go. Nope, don't need that. Okay, rename. Okay, apply that. Okay. There we go. There we go. There. Now we can add all four of these in. Create an animation. Forest. Harvest. Loop time, loop pose. Change frames to 6. Alright. Add that to forest there. Okay, so we got idle, walk, harvest, and now we're working on scared. Okay, rename that. There we go. Rename. Observe. 250. Okay, done there. Okay, and okay, all done there. So now we can select all of these, create the animation, forest, scared, loop time, loop pose, change that to 6 frames per second. And we add that to the forest. So everything should be lined up perfectly fine here. They are. So now we can add all these into the human prefab. There we go. And now we can go to our animator and we can see um, all of our values here. Or we can now kind of organize them a little bit. Here, you know what? I'm gonna move walk up there. There we go. Made things a little bit look a little nicer. There we go. Okay, so now that we have all that, now we can go to our code here. We have it set to walk right at the moment, so that's fine. And then let's see. Now we can go up here. We were doing carry. We don't need to do that anymore. We'll go to forest. And now we should be seeing forced idle and forced walk. So um, I wanted to use VS Code, but it does strange stuff. What strange stuff are you referring to? So far, it's working pretty well for me, all things considered. I mean, if you have Visual Studio proper, then obviously you'd probably want to go with that. But I mean, as something that is, a minor version of Visual Studio, then code works. I haven't had too much problems with it overall. It works how I want it to work for Visual Studio. So, and welcome to the stream there, Gnarls. How you doing there, bud? Okay, so we got ourselves the idle. It is the forest because of the hatchet there. And now we have our animation for the walking going to the right. So that's good too. Okay, so um, now we can go ahead and go back to the code here. Let's uh, go to harvest now. And let's see what those. Like I added a line of code and it breaks the whole function. Hmm, interesting. Um, it shouldn't unless you're putting in code that um, breaks it. So, um, I mean, do you have an example of what code you were using? Okay, and the animation's behind the idle. Let's go ahead and do this again. There we go. Okay, that'll work. Okay, now we can go back to our code here. And now we should be able to see the scared animation now. I mean, I kind of see it, but it's once again behind the idle. Let's try this again. I want to visually see it completely, so, and I don't necessarily want to change the code too much about, where the placement of these guys are, so, okay, that works. I'll need to, I mean, so far I haven't had any problems with VS Code concerning editing of the scripts or anything along those lines. Um, now, you'll need to. I mean, are you using it with Unity 3D or are you using it for other programming tools or applications that you're trying to go for? Because if you're trying to use it for Unity 3D, make sure that you have it set in your properties here. Let's see, where was it again? Um, yeah, with external tools, make sure that you have Visual Studio Code set for your editor. Otherwise, you might be having a problem with it. So, you might be having something wonky, like, you're trying to add code into your Visual Studio, but it's not actually adding into your Unity code whatsoever. So you might be having a problem with the connection there, maybe. Just just throwing out, you know, general ideas for you. You might have already done them. Just okay. So forest is done. We don't need to worry about any of that. So let me update my list over here. No, don't need to save it. Okay. And now we'll move on to our mithril here. Hey there, Kaiser. How you doing there, bud? Okay, we don't need that anymore. Okay, so gonna go ahead and modify all these. Take care of those. Let's see, take care of that. Okay, now we can go ahead and select all these. Oh, actually, hold on. I do want to rename all these as well. Get rid of the left facing because it doesn't really matter. Now, like I mentioned before, the if um, if you have a different a different kind of animation or a different kind of style for your animation when they're facing the left and facing the right, then obviously you'll want to have those different um, art assets, different like left facing and right facing. So you can kind of tell your animator, hey, if he's facing to the left, you need to use these left facing assets. If they're facing to the right, you'll need to use these right facing assets, so on and so forth. So, all right. So there's all that. Okay, so now we select all these guys. We create our animation. This is mithril and idle. So now I can add, oh, hold on. I need to change the loop time, loop pose, and change the frames per second. There we go. Now we can add that into the mess roll there. Now we'll look at our blocks here. Rename all these. There we go. Okay. Let's change all these again. Okay. Gonna always make sure to apply all this. Otherwise, I'm just gonna cause some additional errors later if I'm not careful on that. Okay, so we're good for all these. Yeah, so now we go ahead and select all these. Go ahead and create the animation for mithril, and that would be walk. Loop time, loop pose, and 6 frames per second. There we go. Add that into our animation folder there. Okay. Let's see, we'll go ahead and rename the. Oh, no, I don't need to copy the path. I want to rename this to actual harvest. And now we can work on getting all these taken care of too. There we go. Alright. Get these settings applied. And I'm going to be doing this for all of them, so it's a lot of just kind of grinding, I guess you might say. I have so many different animations and like that, yeah. Alright, now we can go ahead and select all these again. Create the animation, mithril, and harvest. Here we go, loop time, loop pose, 6 frames. And now we add that there. Okay, and last but not least, we have scared. Okay. Okay. Take care of all these. Okay. And now that should be it for Mithril. Okay. Mithril scared. Okay. Now we should have 4 in there. Okay. Don't really need those. Get rid of those. Okay. Now we have all that. So now we can go ahead and add that into the human prefab. Which will add it into the animator, where we can then um, organize it properly. Organize it in a fashion where it's kind of nice and clean, so we can just kind of, um, if there's ever like any point where we need to kind of modify this in some way or something along those lines, we can just kind of go to these specific values there and modify them accordingly. But for now, that's it does the job. So, and we don't really need to change anything else up here. So, idle, walk, harvest, and scared. So now we'll go ahead and we'll keep it on scared for now. Might as well. Let's go ahead and toggle out forest and put in mithril. So now we should be able to see all the mithril um, assets now. So let's go ahead and play and we'll see whether or not it actually shows up. Okay, pickaxe. There we go. We got our normal idle and we got our um, scared animation, so that's fine. Alright. Um, can you go through the code and explain what's happening? Sure, man. No problem. Okay, so I'm needing to test all these animations out to make sure that they are working properly because when I select one of these, unfortunately the preview area here is not showing my animations whatsoever. Okay, so um, what I'm doing right now, uh, what I'm doing in the meantime then is I'm using the code to kind of do it for me. And, I'm running the game animation or I'm running the game so it can actually show me the animation for these specific assets. So what's going on? Um, so we have the game manager that is going to be kind of handling all of the um, it's going to be managing all of the game. The audio, the input, um, the different units kind of thing, or it's going to be basically saying, hey, unit number one, you're gonna need to kind of change up what you need to do because your resource is gone or something like that. Okay, so um, the game manager is meant to um, right now I'm having it uh, spawn in the humans. So I'm calling the spawn humans. Basically at a certain interval, I'm going to be basically calling in, you know, to spawn another human unit in. Okay. Um, you know, I'm trying to wait for a certain amount of time for the next unit to spawn, but that's not really working out very well right at the moment. I believe my human spawn time is set too low right at this point, so I'm going to need to change that a little bit. But I don't necessarily need to worry about it too much. The fact that these units are spawning automatically is perfectly fine. I'm not worried all that much about it. Okay. Um, it initializes, a off-screen position so that um, when I can render in the units properly. Um, so then here I'm just doing a this isn't gonna be code that I'm gonna be keeping all that much. Yeah, the Ruby, I do remember you. Welcome back to the stream. I appreciate it. So this code is just meant for me to kind of spawn in the humans, um, just to kind of, yeah, I'm doing it in a way where I can test out. I'm making sure the spawn location is correct, that it's spawning around the main city. Um, and I'm making sure that um, they are that they're their own unique um, units per se on this. So um, I'm checking the list that I have to see whether and where their count value is. Um, so and I basically add in these particular units in each and every single time um, into the uh, into the list so that the count increases over time. Um, Now I could do an else if here, but it doesn't really matter because the count will always increase over time, so I don't necessarily need to worry about that. Okay. I could do an else if there, but I can do an else and get rid of um, the logic check as well if I really wanted to. Um, but it doesn't really matter. I mean, the code here is meant to be something that I'm going to be removing at some point in time anyway. Okay, it's meant to be just um, a debugging process. So um, I'm more interested in this code right here than anything else. Eventually, I'll be getting rid of all of this extra if statements and like, and I'll be just using this set of code to generate the each of the humans specifically. Christmas was busy. Yeah, well, Christmas is always busy. Um, I'm, I'm I feel sorry for those that are still kind of out there in the workforce, dealing with all the unfortunate idiots out there that aren't really, keeping themselves safe here at the States. So, um, but um, now what I'm doing here, um, I know, me too. Yeah. Um, and then there's full lockdown again. Yeah. It's pretty bad here in the States. So, I'm thankful that the vaccine is starting to kind of be distributed, but then you have these idiots that are like, the virus is a hoax, blah blah blah. They did everything that they could possibly do to stop any kind of means to try to control it in some fashion or another, and now they're like the first ones that are getting the vaccine. It's it really pisses off a lot of people here. So, but politics, I need to kind of avoid that. You never know who's on the other end of the aisle that might get offended by what I just said. So I try to avoid those kind of conversations. So um, okay, so we are creating a new human object. Well, um, Unity doesn't really work with you creating objects all that much. Um, so I mean, there is that, but um, the this is meant to just kind of generate um, a new instance of a human so that I can store it away, okay, add it into the active humans list so that I can bring up, I can go through the list and um, modify each individual human differently depending on the situation that calls for it. So, um, as stated inside since March, and now we're in lockdown again because of immature people. Yeah, I know, man. Um, it's one of the reasons why I haven't really. I mean, I could have tried going for a lot of like retail jobs. I could have tried applying for a lot of retail jobs and the like. But with all the idiots that are out here in the States, I was afraid that it was going to be a matter of time before one of them, spread the virus to me as well. I didn't really want to kind of risk that. So I kept on with the focus of trying to get, a job with programming. And I mean, at least with programming, I can kind of work here at home without having to interact with that many people. Um, but I mean, even then, I still run the risk of, I still need to kind of go out and get food. Um, so I'm still having to kind of interact with others. So, uh, and I just have to kind of wait until the vaccine gets distributed a little bit more. Uh, hopefully at some point in time I'll be able to get it myself, so it won't be as, I won't need to worry about it. But yeah, it's not great. Okay. Um, so then after I've basically created said human, I'm now initializing said human. I'm basically saying, okay, um, you know, I'm using um, the position of where they need to be at, their x and y coordinates. Um, I'm using that as a maintainability so that I can make sure that I am able to move the unit around however I want to. Um, and this is just kind of a label, um, to kind of distinguish between the different humans that are created. So, for example, if I go to um, if I go to here, for example, you can see, this where are you going 0, for example. I'm using it as a, um, this particular unit is there, this particular unit is at another spot, for example. So it's just meant for a little indicator debugging. So nothing uh, that necessary on that. Now, um, the this check right here is just meant for changing up the animations and the like. Okay. Now, technically, I'm going to be um, just needing to um, make sure that they stay in the default, which is general and idle, and facing to the left, maybe. Or I can switch it up and have it in face to right. It doesn't really matter all that much. Um, I might just do like a randomization in there to have them facing left or right, depending. Doesn't really matter all that much. Um, because I mean, once they start moving, then that's where I'm going to need to uh, check the values of where uh, on where they're at, on where and where they're going, and flipping it to the left or to the right depending on their destination. So um, then I add um, the initialized human into my list, and obviously I've increased the count on that. So now on these move right and toggle scared in this particular case, that is contained within the the human um, the human class, or no, move right um, is in the abstract agent. So I'm basically flipping the image, so that um, it starts off on the left, and then if I need to face it to the right, I just flip the image so that it will be looking to the right in that case. So, um, so that's what I'm doing there. Um, posture, yep, posture. That's not really working. There we go. Matter of fact, I need to give myself something to drink. I'm a little thirsty. Let's go ahead and take care of that. So, okay. Yeah, Ruby, I've had people um, troll me on the hydrate, so um, I've basically said, okay, I'm not gonna have um, people spamming hydrate 27 times to get me to drink. So it's unfortunate. I mean, I understand that, there's some of you that are willing to kind of help out on that. Um, but I've had people that are just kind of trolling the system, and I've had to basically put a stop to that. So, okay. So the move for each of the agents will be modified a little bit later. Um, um, this will be the section of code where we're going to be using um, uh, we're going to be kind of using methods to allow for A star to allow for the units to kind of move from one section of the map to the other, and so on and so forth. So, um, so yeah, I think that's gonna be about it on that. Yeah, I mean, obviously, I still haven't gotten it done. I still need to kind of deal with um, I still need to kind of deal with the animations and the sprites being on the board before I start looking on how to actually move them. So, um, and obviously, I need to know, where I need to move them to, and then we start working on um, starting the process of, having one unit move from one tile to another. But we'll worry about that a little bit later. So, um, now these uh, I'll get to your redeem there in just a second there, Kaiser. I'm not really good at the dab, but I mean, I'll do it. um, but for now, these toggle idles, or toggle idle, toggle lock, so on and so forth. What I'm doing is I'm using a constant to fill in a string element here so that the animator can take the first part of it, the agent, which is all of these here, carry, general, forest, mithril, sunstone, and water, and adding it to the string for agent C, so it will actually play said animation. So in this particular case, seeing that I have, say, general and say idle, then we can kind of go over here and look the um, on the general idle, and here's its name. So it will actually play this animation. So um, so I see you're doing something on technology. Studied that in college. Yeah, I'm doing a little bit stuff on that. um, I'm I'm writing out some code for the game that I've been programming for a while now, but I only do it on Sundays. So eventually I'll get it to a point where um, I'll be able to uh, get to a full screen map and the like. So you know um, so I'll have units and I'll be able to get um, all the humans walking around collecting resources. We'll have enemies. Um, so it's interesting. It's interesting. So um, yeah. Oh yeah. Um, so um, that's what these functions down here are doing. They're calling the specific animations so that I can um, so it uses the change made for the human, um, seeing that the human is a um, an extension of agent. So um, so using general and idle or attack or whatnot is working properly. So um, um, different language code. Okay. Well, I mean, he might be talking. I mean, if he's talking about programming, he might be talking about another language instead of C sharp. He might have done like C or Python um, or Java. He might be talking about HTML, web design. So um, it's been a while. Yeah, no worries there, bud. No worries. Okay, so that's what's been kind of going on here. Now I was able to get we're looking at Mithril Idle and Mithril Scared. So which is exactly what I want, what I need here. Um, so now I just need to check out Walk and Harvest. So what I do is we'll stop the test there, and we'll uncomment out Harvest and comment Scared. So now we can go back here. Uh, and now we can go ahead and check this again and see, are we going to be seeing some harvesting? Yes, we are. So that's good. We got that going. And now we're going to test out walk. Okay, and there we go. And everything's kind of working the way we need it to work. So that's good. So all of our animations are done for Mithril. So we don't need to worry about that anymore. Oh, I keep on wanting to save that. Don't need to. Not yet, anyway. Okay, so now we're going to move on to the Sunstone and get those worked on. Okay, rename this as Harvest. Okay. Okay, now we're going to rename. Now we get back to the grind of. Oh, wait. Stop that. Alright. Let me know if you have any other questions, Sir Kaiser. Alright, let's see. Okay, take that, apply. Oh, wait, go, take that. There we go. Now we'll take all of these. Oh, and we'll create ourselves our animation. This will be Sunstone idle. Loop time, loop pose. Change that to 6 frames. Um, oh, I mean it. Um, Ruby might not be like might not be like coding full time. He might have done like a different major in college. So um, there are some majors out there there Kaiser um, that don't focus on the languages but might have them like as an elective. So you could still kind of take the course, but you might not need it as like a main portion of your major, such as like you might be going for like a mathematics major, for example, and you can still kind of take programming as an elective to fill in for a particular requirement in college. So, um, so it might not be something that he does like full time, so he doesn't really worry about it all that much. Um, so it all kind of depends on what he did in college. He might have tried to try it out as, you know, this might be interesting for me to kind of see. So, um, but it might not have held his attention, maybe, or he might actually love it, and he's been kind of bogged down with other classes or something like that. You never know. So, um, that's all. Okay, everything's good there, so we'll add that up there. Hey, no problem, man. No problem. I mean, it all depends on, like I had friends at college that were, doing electrical engineering and mechanical engineering that still took a programming course because they needed that um, for their particular major, but they had like no clue as to how coding was. They were basically saying, "Jim, we need some help. We don't understand what's going on here." So um, I kind of helped them like a sort of like a tutoring kind of process on that. So uh, yeah, my dad does chemical engineering. He had to do a little bit of programming. Yeah, so yeah, I mean, he might not do it on a like a full-time basis or anything like that, and might not be that interested in different the different languages, but he might have touched upon it. So apply, coding is good for some, but not for everybody, unfortunately. So okay, everything's done there. So now we can go ahead and construct our animation. I mean, even you know, um, as much as I love to program, even I have to kind of admit that I'm not the best at it either. So, um, as one of my professors said, I'm average. So, but the thing is that it's still something that I enjoy doing, and it's a lot better than my other available options. So, and while I'm not, might not be like the, um, someone that codes on a regular basis and is totally brilliant in their coding, um, it hasn't deterred me from continuing to pursue it either. So, um, coding is what got me out of a hard depression stage. Yeah, yeah. So, um, it's it's interesting. Um, that's one of the reasons why sometimes I like to kind of um, um here in the States, there's like for example, in California, which is where I kind of grew up for a good majority of my time. Um, they have what you call, 2-year universities or community colleges, as we call them. Um, you can get associate's degrees in those campuses if they offer them. Um, but one of the positives of those community colleges was the fact that you could basically go there, um, and they were so cheap overall that you could basically kind of explore, you know, any kind of major that you kind of want to do, and um, it, um, it's good for the students that they come out of high school, K through 12, and they don't really know what they want to do. They don't really have any kind of um, they might have a dream, but not quite sure how to actually get to said dream. Um, or they might, they want to try to explore the the possibilities that are out there. So, that's what I did. You know, after high school, which was a very stressful time in my life. I actually took a year off afterwards. Um, right after I was done with high school, I couldn't do anything. I mean, I was still, I still did like a job to kind of pay for, car and food and so on and so forth. Um, but I got so stressed out after high school that I just kind of, I took a time off for myself. Um, and then I went to a community college nearby, um, and um, I started kind of exploring all of the different majors that were there. At first, seeing that my dad really wanted me to be a drummer. I didn't really have any kind of talent for it, but he still wanted me to be a drummer. Um, I I studied music a little bit when I went to the community college, but that didn't really pan out. Um, I took a little bit of time looking into history, but um, I couldn't really remember all of the dates. Um, the auditory learning that was necessary um, for history um, wasn't really like sinking in, wasn't really staying. So um, I was kind of I love the um, I love history. I do kind of appreciate it, but I couldn't really remember like the names and the dates and so on and so forth to kind of let it stick. Um, So what was really interesting was the fact that I've always kind of struggled a little bit with math. Um, I had some math tutors growing up. Um, you know, um, I had it once for just multiplication. I had it once for um, geometry, and I had it once for calculus. And you know, uh, you know, don't sell yourself short when it comes to tutor and to tutors. I mean, if you need a tutor, if you're struggling for something, feel free to go and reach out to someone that actually knows the subject. Um, but even though I struggled so much with mathematics, I still kind of understood it. You know, um, you know, it was kind of odd like that. I still kind of got it. So, um, do you have any tips on getting out of depression? Coding helps, but when I'm not coding, I go back to being depressed. Uh, Sorry, Kaiser. I can't be the one to kind of answer you on that one. Um, what I recommend that you see professional on that. Um, a natural therapist, because I might give you the wrong advice. Okay, I might give you something that might put you into more of a downward spiral and depression, and I don't want to do that to you. I mean, um, obviously you found something that is giving you something that you enjoy, that you can kind of continue working on to achieve what you want, but um there might be something underneath all of that that might be the root cause. So, um, I would recommend that you seek out a therapist, you know, and find out what that root cause and try to work on trying to figure out how to get around that root cause or conquer that what might be the direct cause of said depression. Um, you know, um, I know what the root and the cause is. I just can't stop thinking about it. Um, um, there might be ways for you to kind of train your mind to think about something else as like a trigger for something like that. But again, I'm just kind of throwing out ideas that you might be able to use, but again, take it with a grain of salt, man. When it comes to depression, it is no joke. Okay. Um, I don't have enough of a um, you know, um, it's best to get help from professionals um, when it comes to depression itself. Um, so I mean, if I were you, I would call up like a local therapist or something like that and schedule an appointment. Okay. Um, you know, go in, talk about um, what's what the root cause is, And sometimes just kind of talking about that kind of experience, kind of, talking about, um, you know, um, talking about that thing that just kind of weighs on your mind, that allows for you to kind of, um, it, it, it helps in a matter of like, um, trying to understand, try to figure out how to like, um, figure out if there's some way to kind of get past it somehow. So, like I said, I don't know what might be the root cause. I'm not a therapist. I can't give you uh, good tips on it. Okay, just um, just get a therapist. Talk with them about um, what's affecting you, and seek help that way. Okay, believe me. Um, as much as um, you know, uh, it's kind of strange how much um, especially nowadays with the whole COVID and lockdown and so on and so forth. Um, everybody's isolated and contained in their own kind of like bubble, um, and it's unfortunate because they have like the weight of the world kind of coming down on everybody's shoulders, and you going out to see a movie or hanging out with friends or something like that, that was a kind of a way to kind of escape all that. But obviously we can't do that, so now we're having to kind of face our like our inner demons, you might say, seeing that we're kind of isolated. We're kind of in in a room of our own workings, I guess you might say. Not that you know, uh, obviously COVID, you know, wasn't exactly our fault per se. Um, it's still something that we have to kind of deal with, and because of that, we're kind of faced to kind of face our own, fears, depression, insecurities, and so on and so forth. So, um, I know a number of streamers that have had some problems with, their own depression and the like. No one that I personally know, but I mean, I follow people on Twitter, and um, there's people that have actually gone to therapists and are like talking with therapists, and it's helping them. Okay, they're figuring out where um, they're figuring out what's kind of bringing them down, and because they're kind of talking with the therapist is kind of giving them some way of handling what they're dealing with. Um, they're getting better. Okay, I'm not saying that they take one therapist session and they're perfect once they come on out, but um, it helps. Um, I remember when I first um, when I was like young, back in fifth, sixth grade or so. Um, but the um, I was teased a lot when I was young. Silly kids and all that. Kids can do the darndest things, right? Well, they can also hurt a lot. Um, so because of that, I kind of bottled everything, within me. So whenever I was like called upon in class to answer a question, um, all the eyes would kind of focus in on me, and I would get nervous, and I would actually start stuttering. I would be going, um, 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 e, e, Yeah, it was really bad. It was really bad. Um, to the point where my teachers recommended a speech therapist. So I went there, and all it was just a one-on-one with another person, and they were basically asking me questions like, "How are you doing today? How are you feeling? And they were just kind of talking with me, allowing for me to kind of relax, be comfortable, be able to kind of talk with those individuals, and just being able to speak was enough to combat that infliction of being, um, having a stutter. So, so don't be afraid to go and seek professional help, okay? Um, because it will allow for you to figure out how to actually combat, any particular problems that you're facing. So, um, first major was mathematics. Yeah, I was kind of looking into mathematics, but um, the career possibilities for me, being an average student that way in the way that I was, um, the only option that I really kind of had for that, and based off of what I was seeing, was being an accountant, which I didn't really. Being an accountant really didn't like feed my creative, um, you know, uh, feed my creative side of my brain, um, or be a mathematician teacher. And my mom was a second grade teacher, and I saw how much crap she had to deal with. I didn't really want to go into that myself, um, so after looking at mathematics, that's when I started kind of looking into programming. And um, as much as how difficult it was, um, it allowed for me to, um, it fed into my creative side. And even though it was difficult and I kept on getting slammed from others saying that I was average, that my code sucked, um, it didn't want to stop me. So, um, that's why I guess I'm kind of I do have a little bit of a stubborn streak on me. Um, so that's what I kind of did. I really kind of um, really kind of buckled down and just kept on going in that particular direction. Um, so I do kind of recommend that if you know yeah, we already took care of walk, so we don't need to worry about this anymore. Okay. So, um, yeah. Yeah, Kaiser, I don't know who you've talked to about it or anything along those lines. Um, if you have been talking with a therapist and the like, and um, then it might be that you might actually kind of need if it's kind of focused around like a particular person or a particular place or something like that, then it might be that you might need to find a way to kind of escape that in some fashion or other. You know, um, like go to college and stay in the dorms or something like that, or um, you know, get yourself a job and find like a room to rent or something like that. Um, or something along those lines. But again, take my advice with a grain of salt. Okay, um, that what I'm suggesting to you right there might not be a solution to whatever problem that you're facing. Okay, you'd basically be escaping from whatever might be the problem and not actually addressing the problem itself. So you'll never really get out of it will always kind of weigh on your mind maybe. So just, you know, like I said, um, you know, therapist would probably be your best bet. So, all right, let's see. Okay, so walk is done. Idle's done. Yep. Okay. So now we'll focus on harvest here. Uh, going for some time now. I think I need to get it sorted. Um, um, yeah, talk with the therapist. Maybe find out from them, if there's any particular methods um to figure out a solution for that. Okay. Um, my what I the advice that I gave you isn't a solution. Okay, or at least you're gonna be kind of escaping this situation and might not directly resolve said problem. So that's why I say, go to a therapist, talk with them, figure out, um, you know, if there's some like maybe you need to bring said person into a therapy session with you, and you two can kind of sit down and hash out what the problem might be. Okay. Um, um, I mean, there's that could also be something that you know you might want to consider. Okay. Now, um, said person might not appreciate that all that much. Okay. But um, and they might not agree to it. You know. But if they actually, if they care about you, okay, then they might be willing to actually go and see a therapist with you. Okay. So, maybe. See. It depends on the person. Some might be. open to doing like a joint therapy session or whatnot. Some might not be. But um, you know, uh, but a therapist would give you the um, would give you the best advice for it. Okay. And nowadays with everything kind of in COVID and lockdown and so on and so forth, some therapists might be willing to kind of join you in a video conference or a conversation of the phone or something along those lines, but like a Zoom call or something like that. Um, but yeah, I mean that's what I would suggest. You know, um, that you do if you're having problems, if depression is really kind of weighing heavily on you, then talk with the therapist, and it might take us. It might take more than one session, okay? Don't think you're gonna go rushing into it and thinking that um, all your problems are gonna be resolved in like one sit down, okay? It all depends on what's there. Um, like now um, the uh, oop, what's going on here? Okay, that was weird. Um, one of the there's there's a thing that kind of started up like around in California or whatnot, maybe. Um, I don't know if you all know about it or anything along those lines. It's the religion Scientology. Um, now I'm not a Scientologist. Don't worry about that. I'm agnostic at best. Um, but I was they sent me that like a little flyer saying, "Hey, well, we have this, free session or something like that to talk with you and so on and so forth." I'm like going, okay, well, kind of curious as to what the heck's going on there. So I went and checked that out at one point in time, and um, and at that particular moment in time, they were like going, "Hey, we need to we need money from you, and you can join our little organization, religious cult, whatever, what have you." Um, they didn't obviously didn't say that, um, but during that initial like sit down with the people there, they actually kind of mentioned um some details that I mean make sense, such as um, who you are as a person now is based off of what happened to you when you were younger. Okay, sometimes when you were, extremely little, like like baby kind of level of maturity. Okay, and that shapes who you are today. And I mean, it makes sense. Okay, um, like maybe a spider crawled on your arm when you were like 3 or something like that, and now you have a fear of spiders or something along those lines. It all depends on um it all depends. Um, so I kind of appreciated that kind of philosophy, that kind of viewpoint and stuff like that. So I'm not saying that it's a perfect science or anything along those lines, but I mean, it makes sense to me. So now, um, again, I don't recommend going to Scientology or anything along those lines. I that's a very based off of everything that I read about them and heard. I don't necessarily recommend it personally. Um, I mean, if you want to look into them, go right ahead. I mean, obviously that's my uh, take my advice with a grain of salt here. Um, there's a reason why I'm agnostic. So, but again, that's a religious conversation that I really shouldn't be going too much into. So, um, oh, I forgot to set the loop time, loop pose, get the 6 frames. There we go. Good there. Good there. Okay. So now that we have Sunstone all taken care of, now we can add them into the animation. There we go. So now it should be in the animator, which it is. So, okay, we'll go ahead and move these accordingly. So, just a little bit of a list of everything that's kind of going on right at the moment. So, so now we can go back to our code here. We have walk. So now we're going to, what is it, game manager? Let's see. Oh, right, okay. I did sunstone before water, so. Okay, so now that we have that all taken care of, now we should be able to come here, and now we should be able to see sunstone with the idle and walk. So, alright. Okay, we have idle and we have walk. So, awesome. Okay, now we'll go back here, toggle harvest. Welcome back there, Jedi. Okay, got our harvest going, so that's fine. Idle still fine there. Very good. Okay, and now we do scared. And now we'll play once more. Okay, so no, no, that's not that great. Let's try this again. There we go. Okay, that's looking pretty good right at the moment, so we're good there. Okay, and that was it for the animations on that, so we don't need to worry about those anymore. So now we can move on to water. So, Jim, what did you do after your degree from what you majored? Um, well, after finally getting my degree, it it took me forever, unfortunately. Um, I started applying for. I initially started trying to apply for a lot of jobs in the gaming industry to see if um, if I can get my foot in somewhere. Um, but unfortunately, when it comes to the gaming industry, there isn't that much call for entry level. A lot of the individuals that work in the gaming industry, a lot of companies that work in the gaming industry, they're looking more for like um, they're looking for the experienced programmers out there. They don't necessarily want to try to teach. Um, they don't really want to teach entry level in that industry, um, or at least not a whole lot of companies were interested in that. So um, it kind of it was kind of problematic because um, I graduated from college and I kept on applying for all these um, you know game studios and development. There's an actual website out there that is all about game development, and they actually have a job postings. And so I was looking through all of that, trying to apply for all sorts of different jobs there, and I only found one job for like I think 2 years or so, and that was only for um, and that was a job that lasted for 3 months. So um, so needless to say, there was a lot of competition where I was at, and um, I wasn't able to get myself, um, I wasn't able to get a lot of eyes on me or anything along those lines. So, um, did I get it? What do you mean? That one job? Yeah, I did have one job, but um, but like I said, it only lasted for 3 months. They closed down their doors, went into the mobile market, so they couldn't maintain a lot of the workers that they had there. So, um, they didn't have another contract set up after their Disney contract was done. So, so they weren't able to keep, a lot of the people that they had, working on the game. And I found out that kind of, um, you know, that kind of process of, company getting a contract, you know, getting their crew together to develop said contract, and them struggling to find another contract to work on. Apparently that's very common in the gaming industry back in the day, and still kind of is nowadays. Um, to the point where um, maintaining a position as a programmer is very very competitive. So if you're not like constantly doing you know development or design or something along those lines in the game industry on your own time and can actually kind of show what you can do, um, you're gonna struggle in that industry. And even then, it's still highly competitive. You have, how I was telling you, I was talking about how, um, I applied for one entry position, um, for something just involving like Java or something like that. Okay, it wasn't game industry. I started applying for all sorts of jobs all over the place. Um, and I got a reply back from the job site saying, you know, here's details on the job posting that you made to this company. They're still reviewing applications. They currently have 500 applications in their queue. 500. 500 individuals trying to find an entry level position. So, um, so I started looking outside of my state at that point. Okay. Um, and or I was looking for jobs outside of the state at that point. Um, Found a job here where I'm currently living. Worked for them for about a year. Apparently, they didn't really like the fact that I didn't have any SQL experience from college. Um, Apparently, SQL for them was a requirement um, at their college, but for me, it was an elective, so I didn't take it. That was my fault. Um, you know, SQL database is definitely something that you'll want to have um, if you um, I mean, if you want to continue going into the game industry, you can definitely try to do that. But like I said, there's a lot of people doing. I mean, the fact that I'm sitting here on Sunday, in my own room, programming out my own game, it says something a little bit about the gaming industry. It can be vicious. It can be highly competitive. So, um, but um, SQL, SQL databases. Um, so, um, but because I didn't have that particular training from college, my CEO was like on, hey, I don't want to teach you on how to do SQL. Um, we don't want to take the time or effort ourselves to try to help pay for, you to like go back to college to learn SQL, or here's some websites that you need to do um, for you to learn it, as well. Um, Nothing. So, he said, yeah, we don't want to renew your contract, so get the hell out of here, basically. So, um, and at that point in time, I was basically living on my own, you know, renting a room, you know, um, so, I had to quickly try to find another job, and I wasn't finding anything with programming, so I got a job, doing, you know, slot machine testing. Nothing to do with programming whatsoever. I stayed there for 3 years, hoping that I could, uh, you know, I was kind of hoping that I could work my way through that company to get into a position of programming, because that's apparently how they handled it. They hired. engineers to test the machines, test the slot machines, and then they eventually brought them up into their coding and whatnot. So um, um, I couldn't find a tech job in St. Louis where I live, so I moved back to my hometown. It's tough out there, gaming companies. Yeah, yeah, just like that. I didn't really expect it myself, that loss of that programming job. I actually loved it. I loved going to it every single day. Um, and um, granted, when I went to that company, for the programming, um, I had to learn a completely different language, Cold Fusion, from scratch. Never dealt with it before. Um, and one of the components of Cold Fusion is the SQL as well. So I had to kind of juggle everything in that, doing the programming, learning SQL, and so on and so forth. But apparently, it wasn't enough. So, um, but you know, spent 3 years at that one, that last company, and well, I I can't talk about it too much because I signed a um yeah, what is it that you call uh the I can't say anything negative about my last job. Basically signed a little thing saying, "Hey, if you want um if you want what was it, stipend or something like that, I couldn't say anything. I can't say anything bad about the company." And I was like, so, um, so I had to actually sign that in order to get, you know, like a extra month's wage. So it wasn't, it wasn't great. Oh, it could have been better. Um, but so after being laid off from that job, I went back to looking for another programming position, and once again, I was being met with a lot of entry level positions that were asking for um, requirements that were just stupid. Okay. Um, you apply for a job and they're asking for 5 years of industry experience. No. you know. Um, so um, so it wasn't great. Um, and so that's why I went into that's why I got into streaming because um, you know because I spent 3 years um, at that one company and there was no programming involved in it pretty much whatsoever. Maybe the occasional script and that was it. Um, my programming skills had basically completely depleted at that point. So that's why I kind of started up the streaming to kind of keep myself focused. Play some games that others might enjoy, and get back into coding to develop something that I want to actually develop. Um, and I've been doing that ever since. um, on a daily basis, sending out resumes, trying to find myself another position, but kept on getting rejection letter after rejection letter after rejection letter. So, um, you know, I was lucky. I finally got something now, and I'll be able to start going back to work in February. But I mean, um, it was not exactly easy. So, and it's kind of unfortunate that um, that you know entry level jobs um, are so difficult to get. Like I looked at Walmart to see if I could get a position there, thinking, hey, um, you know, Walmart is a large company. They're doing things constantly. Behind the scenes, their websites, their own personal computers and whatnot. So they need programmers pretty much on a daily in that location. So I was like going, okay, let me check out um, let me check out Walmart for a position, right? Search for entry level or junior on their job listings, their job career section. I got, I think it was like, I think it was like 60 pages or something like that, and there was like 10 positions per page or so, give or take, right? Um, each one of those positions, senior level, senior level, senior level, senior level, senior level, senior level. Out of those 60 pages, 10 possible positions per 60 pages or so, about 600 jobs approximately. I found like maybe two positions out of that entire listing that might have been considered as entry level. Two. So you're looking at 598 different positions that were all looking for senior level programming experience. That's a problem. So yeah, it it's not good. It wasn't good for a good long time. So, you know, the fact that you had like 500 people applying for jobs that were entry level, you had 600 jobs that were there were 600 jobs out there that were looking for senior level experience. I mean, let's face it, it's kind of screwed up out there. So, um, it was like you, Jim, had to live by myself on the streets of St. Louis, and I had to get a job. Yeah. No, but believe me, man, um, I the I I was so fed up with everything, you know, with how the United States was kind of working at that point that um, it really was kind of pissing me off, to be honest. and um, you know, I tried to work within the system sometimes to try to get things, you know, uh, going the way it should have been going. You know, um, I did Uber for a little bit to try to keep afloat. Hated every second of it. So as soon as they came forward and said, "Hey, you need to apply for a small business license," I was like, "No, no, don't want that." Wasn't making a ton of money and on Uber, and I hated every single second of it. I had a small kind of car, so um, and my problem is that I'm 6'5". I need as much leg room as I possibly can. And when I have passengers coming into my back seat that I have no control over, I can't say I'm only looking for single passengers. That's not a thing in Uber. Um, um, I kept on having to move my seat forward, and it made me uncomfortable. Going downtown was terrible, having to deal with all the traffic and like it was just stressful. And I kept on in the back of my mind, I kept on thinking if I kept on driving around for 8 hours a day, eventually I'm gonna get hit by somebody, and there goes my transportation, and I'm gonna have hospital bills, both of which would be something that would basically destroy me completely. So I stopped. So my main focus was streaming after that, just to just to try to do something, just try kind of keep my mind off of the problems that were kind of occurring around all of us. So um, um, it's unfortunate. It really is. Um, so let's see. Yeah, I haven't done the walk animation yet. So Kaiser might be asleep by now. He seeing that he lives in London, and they're 9 hours ahead. Um, it would be about 3 o'clock in the morning for him. Well, actually, no, he's 8 hours ahead, so it would be around 2 o'clock right now. But um, but that's where we're gonna have to kind of call it at this point. Um, I feel you though, 6'5". I couldn't stand people in my car. I mean, I don't mind people in my car. The problem is that um, having someone like sitting directly behind me, um, and trying to make sure that I see to their needs, as a driver kind of thing. Um, that's the thing about being like an Uber driver or Lyft or anything, any kind of job along those lines, even a taxi driver. Um, you know, you're there for the customer, okay? You're helping out the customer, so they are always right in that case. So so if I wanted to continue it, I would have to have stayed uncomfortable to continue doing the Uber and I was like, yeah, nope. um, So, um, for anyone that like, might be like watching this later or something like that. I mean, if you want to do anything concerning like Lyft or Uber or something along those lines, I recommend like, like an SUV or something like that. Something with a lot of room and something with a higher suspension. Okay. My little uh uh well, I drive an Ioniq, but it's like a um four door sedan, four door coupe kind of thing. If you experience any kind of um um bumps or anything along those lines, then with everybody like in the car, it was like, my frame was slamming down on the bumps afterwards. I'm like going, okay, you know, I was, after that, I was like going, yeah, no, I think I'm gonna be done. So, took a restaurant job. I mean, you gotta, you know, you do what you can to survive, man. You do what you can to survive. Um, Obviously, if you have that degree and if you have that drive to keep you moving towards where you want to go, keep doing it. Okay. Um, if programming is what you want to do, then, you know, try to find some ways of continuing doing those programs. Uh, get it onto GitHub so you have a portfolio so that you can kind of, um, you can go to a company and say, "This is my GitHub. This is all that work that I've done in programming. Hire me." um, but so um, but I mean, um, you find what you enjoy and you still try to go for it. Okay, if you're not doing it, then um, um, obviously, you know um, if you're not finding it, then just keep on trying to. I know it's hard, believe me. I mean, I've been out of bed and out of work for 2 years. Legitimate. Well, I mean, I did Uber for a little bit, but I mean that wasn't a full-time job. You know, um, so um, you find what you can to kind of keep yourself alive, and you find what you want to do, and you try to go for it as much as you can. I know it's tough. Um, Believe me, I do. You know, I'm lucky that I have something now, finally, coming up in February that I can actually get some decent pay on. So, um, I can actually start, you know, uh, getting my savings back. But, um, you do what you can to get through it. So, um, I should work at a construction site. Yeah, it's dangerous. Yeah, yeah. Um, so, um, I'm gonna have to close up shop here though, folks. I do stream daily from 2 to 6 p.m., so I'm gonna have to close on that on down here. Um, you know, for those of us, struggling here in the States, just uh, keep on moving. Ruby, Monty, keep moving forward. So, take that to heart. Okay. Find what you want to do, and keep on moving towards that destination. You know, if you have that goal, keep on going for it. Okay. Um, you know the um, you might have some difficulties along the way. Okay. Everybody does. Okay, but um, keep looking for those goals. Keep working towards those goals. Keep on fighting for what you want. Okay, because no one's gonna give it to you. You're not gonna get you know $1 million from a rich uncle or anything along those lines, or at least if you do, goddamn, you're lucky. But um, but don't expect something like that, obviously. Okay. Um, you know, this the streaming here, that doesn't pay either. You know, you have to be really lucky on that too. You have to be entertaining, which let's face it, there's a lot of people out there streaming um, that some would consider more entertaining than me. So, um, and they're probably right. Uh, you know, uh, you know, I I don't necessarily view myself as an entertainer. I view myself more as a programmer first. Um, you know, my dry humor and sarcasm can uh, can sour some people's opinions and the like. So, but I mean, that's the way streaming is. So, um, but that's where we're gonna go ahead and call it for now. So, all these videos, all these streams are eventually uploaded to my YouTube channel. So feel free to check that out if you like. Got a link down below for that. I also have links to my YouTube. I got links to my Discord, my Patreon, and my Twitter account down below on my Twitch channel, as well as in the description of my YouTube videos. So feel free to check those out if you'd like. I have a schedule of everything that I do down there on my Twitch About page. So if you're interested in seeing what games I play during the week, as well as these coding streams that I do every Sunday, you can find that there. But know that I do stream daily from 2 to 6 p.m. Well, currently. That will obviously change, but we'll keep on going 2 to 6 p.m. PST daily. So feel free to stop on by at any point during that time. Say hi in the chat if you want, or don't. It's perfectly fine if you just want to lurk. I have no problem with that. But I want to thank everybody that joined me today. Ruby fan, thank you. Um, Jedi, thank you for that. I appreciate everything that every time that you come on in. I appreciate it. Kaiser, take care, man. Like I said before, um, call up a therapist, get some help. You know, um, get the help that you need, okay? Because you won't necessarily find it from me myself, okay? Because I might not have the answers for you, but if you need help, get yourself a therapist, seek that help, okay? Um, let's see. Who else came in today and chatted with me? See, a lot of chatters today, which I was really happy about. Scarecrow, thank you for stopping on by. I appreciate it. And again, thank you for the follow there, Scarecrow. You might not be seeing it now, but I appreciate that you stopped on by and gave me a follow and said hi. So, um, So that's it for tonight there, folks. So thank you very much for watching. I appreciate it. Hopefully I catch you next time. But until then, have a good night. Stay healthy, stay safe, and I'll catch you strangers next time.